Good evening, everybody. We all having a wonderful evening. How am I feeling today? So I have this really bad habit of there'll be these times where I always want to get a lot done, but then there are these times where I actually try to get like everything done, and it's like never a good thing. Take yesterday for example. Busy most of the day, as you can imagine, Memorial Day. But once it became evening, like I want to get some stuff done. That's why I didn't stream. I was working on other stuff. I was working until 10 a.m. this morning. Went to sleep at like 11. I'm at 4. So we'll see how things are going tonight. It wouldn't surprise me if I end up being a little loopy because I'm still tired as hell. Not just the lack of sleep, it's just like the whole body being off then. Other than that, I'm fine though. I feel very satisfied with the work that I completed. Hey, Tash. Oh, you'll be fine. I have faith in you. You don't need my wisdom other than... I mean, it's going to be an issue spotting exam, right? Iraq exam? I guess the only thing I would suggest is, even if you don't prioritize certain issues, if there's an issue that you're not sure whether or not it's an actual issue, save that for like, see if you can put that off as long as possible. Because if you have time, it still probably makes sense to write about it if you have a doubt, because you can at least argue against it. And even if the professor didn't find it to be an issue, you still might get like additional points just for arguing a certain direction based on principles that you've learned. If they think that you're applying those principles well, they might still give you points for that. So alright, sounds good, Beth. Oh, you got your second shot. Yeah, just get some sleep and then you'll feel better. Because those can be a little more gray. I'd agree. Those issues tend to be a little more complex. But yeah, it makes sense to try to focus on the stuff that you're not ultra sure about. Just don't cram too much, because some of that cramming too late, you're not gonna retain it anyways. I actually, like the day of, for, I won't say 2 hours, but at least for an hour before the exam, I wouldn't do any more studying. Give my brain a chance to rest. Be a little clear going into it. But yeah, how's everybody doing tonight? Easy Tash, Nathan Ventus, Sarah, Savas, JB, Killian. Yeah, it's a shitty, it's a really shitty habit, but it's like hard to kick because okay, it's not good for my body, but as far as my mind is concerned, we were very happy with the progress that we took care of. So there's going to be another time in the future where my body's gonna be like, all right, or my mind at least is gonna be like, all right, time to stay up till fucking noon again to get that shit done. Did we get a win? No, God. All of our lobbies were like KDs of 1-1 or higher, which is crazy. There was we came close once. I had 9 kills that game. We came in third. I was by myself for a while at the end. But I was trying to inch up with the gas as this dude was getting into the car in front of me. I wanted to throw a thermite at it to try to smoke him out. But every time I'd inch up, the gas would come back, and I'd put the gas mask on. I'd have to take it off, and then I'd put it up back, and then I'd take it off. I never even got to throw the thermite. He just ran me over. The second cruelest joke in SoG history. What was the first? Did you ask me the same question twice? Did I ever answer? Sorry if I didn't. I know last stream I was trying to really start powering through stuff instead of, you know, spending too much time chatting. Also, hello to Ran. I see you, Ran. My normal self is dead inside. Yeah. The good thing is that you can revive yourself. It just might take a little while. Mm-hmm. Yeah, put yourself in the same sort of mindset, chemically, and, you know. There you go, Skid. Yeah. And then, like, when you do, it feels good, right? Because you don't have to worry about it. But, like, it's still technically unhealthy. Oh, is that Greek? How's it pronounced? Yo, what's up, Maxim? Alright, later, Savas. Let me know what that question was if I didn't answer it last time. I don't like missing questions, but yeah, last stream we just kind of... I'm like, let's get through this case, and then we still have like 8 hours. Then the first part ended, and I was like, oh, I see. I see. Yo, what's up, Diego? Savas? Is that what cerebral palsy is? I don't think I was ever entirely sure what it all entailed. That sucks, though, obviously. Just having to put everything is just like, it's not that you're necessarily putting in extra effort, but your body feels like you're putting in extra effort for, you know, for basically everything. Savas? Like that? Did I do that one? Savas? Was that one right? Yeah, Savas, what was your question from last stream? I don't want people feeling embarrassed for asking questions. If you had to ask it twice, then that's on me. It's not on you. Okay, cool. That's good. Yeah, like you said, at least, right? It could be worse, sort of thing. Although, what did you call that type of wordage, Sarah? Toxic positivity? Which I totally get. And I agree with that chart that you posted. Unfortunately, as much as my parents have done a lot to help me in my life, they are very much like, they grew up with toxic positivity, so that's how they try to convey their positivity, and it's never been helpful to me. But even though I know it's never been helpful to me, I still do it. I still have a habit of doing it myself because that's, you know. Oh, your Wi-Fi went out. I see. Did I actually answer it? I don't remember what it was. Yesterday, not yesterday. Was that Saturday? Was so. I just remember my mind being a jumble. I don't know why either. It's just that's partly why I was focusing so hard on the game, because it was easier to just do that. My mind kind of being. I did answer it. Okay, good. Yep. And I am a big proponent of things are a combination of the nature and the nurture. Not just one or the other. Some balance of the two. It's just trying to identify and adjust as much as I can, right? Yeah, somebody mentioned that it meant white oak. I did see it, Sarah, yeah. Alright, so I think we started here. I don't think I went through any of the testimonies, so. We got a Lugia raid. No, yeah, it's neat though that they because I would not have known that without somebody telling me. But like the tree imagery. Hey Zephyr. Welcome. I don't think Lugia is here yet. There's Lugia's link though. Make sure to go check him out. I don't know, I think he was just chatting today. Alright. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security station. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. I don't want to see the dialogue of us, because I don't want. Can't lose Franzi. Can't lose Yo, what's up, Lugia? Thanks for the raid, dude. Much appreciated. I'm going to turn my fan up a notch real quick. She's looking at me really weird. I don't think you can see her face, though. Not too bad. How about you? How'd the just chatting stream go? Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. Now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Alright, later, Killian. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated. I mean, there's a lot of places where you can game over, right? That's gotta be a pretty long video. I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago? Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Ugh. Anything related to that case we're involved in appears to be rather painful for her. Not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Yeah, no shit. Somebody shot a bullet at me. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that... Hold it! Yo, what's up, Chris? Smorts. Double view time! Your viewership support is appreciated. My dyslexia just almost said your viewership appreciated is support. There's something like that. At 6? Yeah, I mean that's just the first case, jeez. For what, Beth? For the game? I mean, the police do kind of suck there. So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show? Well, yes, Francisca was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off. Hold it! Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. Hold it! I'm just tired. I guess I'd rather be tired than pissed. Pissed is no good. Work pissed, and I saw a Taco Bell commercial today, and I was like, oh, man. Really could go for some Taco Bell. For singing Bicycle on stream? The Queen song? I'm 99.9% for sure I've done that before. What? And not gotten claimed. Why would they claim that? That's so stupid. I guess your rendition was just too good, Beth. Too good. They thought you had actually used the song. I like the big the thing they were advertising was like a Supreme Nacho box for $5 or something like that. I like when you take the nachos and just put a bunch of shit on it. Except for sour cream. I don't like sour cream unless it's like a mixed sour cream. Isn't that what happened the other night on this stream where YouTube kept bringing it in and out? I mean, and to be fair, smaller channels like us really don't. We should be focusing on other stuff as opposed to fighting claims, needing to potentially fight a claim that could take time away from us working on other stuff. And it's not like we're really gonna make money from that anyways, even if we're successful. I don't claim anything where I think the other side even has a very small like argument that could be considered legitimate. If you have the smallest argument in your favor, I'm probably not gonna fight the claim just because I don't feel like it. But if I know you're completely bullshitting, I like windmill slam that shit. Understandable. Have a great day. Unsubbed, disliked. Like, let me give you an example of sour cream I do like. Like French onion dip is good when you make like a dip with sour cream that has like, you know, it's a packet of like seasoning and stuff. The meals that we get on a weekly basis, sometimes they have me make crema or however it's pronounced, which is like sour cream, but you're like adding like lime or spice or other shit to it. That stuff's pretty good. Well, yeah, if you're just gonna undermine what you did, that's bullshit. Greek yogurt's good. I like Greek yogurt. Hi, Joseph. How's it going? Yeah, that sounds pretty shitty. At that time, Damas II's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was there. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. And I mean, let's not ignore the fact that you had an assistant that lied to you for how many years? To your face, almost every time you talked. Your credibility isn't at determining who's lying and who's not isn't very good right now, Long. Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Good. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. Tired, but good otherwise. Greek yogurt doesn't taste sour at all here. It's, I would say Greek yogurt has less of a taste than sour cream. And less of a taste of something that tastes bad on its own is better to make it amazing. But I mean, I generally don't get original anyways. I'll get, you know, vanilla or whatever. But yeah, I think the taste of Greek yogurt is much less potent, at least what we have here, than sour cream. Like, you can just eat Greek yogurt. People just eat Greek yogurt. People usually don't just eat sour cream. And there's a reason for that. Part of it, I think, is the taste. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? Entrance to his room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. What you say is true, then when you enter the room, his body... If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? Oh god, that sentence. Oh. Oh, Edgeworth. Oh, Edgeworth, no. Isn't that not correct? Woo! That is a sentence and a half, let me tell you. That's fair. That is entirely fair, Tash. I haven't had a lot of what you would call Australian cuisine or you know, stuff from that culture. I will say the only thing that I've had that I don't really get the appeal, I don't think it's bad, I just don't get the appeal of, is Vegemite. I've tried it once and I'm just like, okay, it's... But then again, apparently, in contrast to Vegemite, a big thing that like Australians, the English, Irish, just a lot of Europe in general find really weird about the US is peanut butter and jelly. They're like, yeah, people keep talking about peanut butter and jelly. I had it, it's disgusting. And I'm like, I disagree, but I guess maybe if I didn't grow up with it, maybe I would feel differently. It is kind of an odd sort of... I don't even have peanut butter and jelly anymore. I'll have like open-faced peanut butter, but I don't get jelly anymore. I don't get jelly. That's a lie. I get very envious. Now Melbourne's on the west side, isn't it? Or am I thinking of shit? Sydney, Melbourne. What's the other really big city that I'm thinking of? The problem is that this sentence is grammatically not grammatically. It's incorrect. Like, it's the double negative issue. I get what he's saying, but by saying it the way he did, he made it harder than it had to be to understand. That's why you don't use double negatives. Now, I say that being a person who also uses double negatives, but when I do it, it's mostly for effect, as opposed to like, it's because I think this is the best way to say it, in terms of people being able to understand. Did you have a stroke, Beth? Hi, Kate. Slather it everywhere. Yeah, no, that's a good point though. That's a good point. I probably did do that. Because when it comes to peanut butter and jelly, or like adding mayo or adding mustard, whatever it comes to like stuff that I like to put on bread, I will put a relatively thick layer on it. I don't like skimp on stuff. Yeah, I'll do that with mayo now. I'll do it with mayo just because over time I just appreciated lighter mayo. Just because I don't know, I just don't like I like mayo still, just not as like fucking heap of it on my sandwiches. Sour cream with the spoon straight out of the my ex-girlfriend used to do that. My ex-girlfriend used to dunk her nuggets in sour cream. I would have to go to Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever. She'd get chicken nuggets, and then I'd have to, with a straight face, tell the person at the, you know, who's taking my order that I want sour cream on the side with the nuggets. And it was about 50-50 the amount of times I'd get a, what? Cause like I don't even think they were trying to be rude. I just think they thought that they misheard me because it was so preposterous. And I don't blame them. Just like, oh God. It's a really stupid thing, but I hate when the people I'm with make me ask for something fucking weird. Because it's always an issue. Should people just do it anyways and not question you? Yes. But they don't, so it makes it annoying. Like my dad always wants to pull the really funny joke of, he'll be like, oh, I'd like a hamburger with cheese and then a cheeseburger with no cheese. I'm like, Dad, I'm not fucking ordering that. It's your fucking dad jokes out of here. I do really want to go to Australia, though. Top 3 places I want to visit in the world right now, no particular order. Ireland, Australia, Japan. And okay, that was not me calling you out. Just so that you are aware. Eats mustard sandwich? Just bread and mustard? That doesn't sound great. Harriet the Spy used to eat tomato and mayo sandwiches, and I thought that was the grossest shit. So I get that, Ventus, but what I do in that situation is I use ranch instead of sour cream. I find ranch to be infinitely better. It's also infinitely more fattening. Oh, if you do it, I'm just gonna get up and walk out. Running using one leg? Isn't that just hopping? Technically? I've never had their potato cakes. Exactly, Easy. Exactly. Welcome back, Savis. I think you've mentioned that before, Beth, and I'll mention this again. No, thank you. It doesn't work for everything, but I don't think it works any worse for stuff that sour cream also works for. Unless you can give me an example. I can only go based off of what I've tried it with, right? So if you've found some like interesting balance, but I understand what you mean. Like sriracha mayo is a way of dulling down sriracha a little bit, right? You just mix it with mayo, like some salt and pepper, and it's not as strong as if it were just sriracha. Yeah, tomatoes are good for you. I just hate them fresh. Tomatoes have to be cooked for me to enjoy them. Like they have to be warm, and I really don't want them to be like huge slices. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I can get that argument. Like the way you were doing it is more of a run. Had too much cake from birthday. Wait, is it your birthday today? Asked her if they accepted food stamps. Oh my God, Chris. Yeah, raw tomatoes are... Oh my god. Tomatoes, just... If you're gonna do anything with tomato and bread, make a grilled cheese sandwich and then also warm up tomato soup or make tomato soup and dunk that shit and then eat it. That's really good. That's really good. I cannot deny that. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? God, that's how we got on this whole thing. That fucking sentence, man. Isn't that not correct? Now, there are two things you could have done here instead of said what he said. You could have simply said, "Is that correct?" Or, in order for it to not be leading whatsoever, because you're always kind of leading when you're doing that, you could have simply asked then, wouldn't he have been blocking your view of what he was doing? Question mark? Just leave it there. Question mark? It's still yes or no. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. Though it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yeah, the plants in this room, they're all like my children. Is it because he's a tree? They had buffalo sauce for what? Pancakes? Yeah, if you make tomato sauce, use tomato paste for something that in like some sort of sauce mix. You cut tomatoes up and then make them warm. I can deal with pico, but I'm not a huge fan of it. But if it's there and there's no other salsa, I can eat pico. That's like the freshest I will ever touch tomatoes. Oh, for a salad? Oh, that's interesting. As long as it wasn't for pancakes, because then yes, I would have to judge you. I think they did that shit on purpose. Oh, look, you made JB leave. Beth, where's Jake? I need Jake or Kate to reel you in, because this is getting kind of outrageous. Are you pregnant? Oh yeah, pickles and ice cream is a thing, right? Though to be fair, I have had chocolate covered bacon and it's surprisingly good. I had a chance to eat a chocolate covered cricket. I did not go through with that one though. Yo, what's up, creature? I mean, I've had chocolate covered pizza in that there was no pizza sauce or meat or cheese. It was just like a bunch of dessert shit on top of it. Then it's just a weird cake. I had the chocolate covered bacon on a... It was basically a replica of the Luther burger from the Boondocks. It was a Krispy Kreme donut. Cut in half, toasted. Hamburger, cheese, chocolate covered bacon. It sounds disgusting, but that shit was amazing. Oof. Just felt the heart attack coming on. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. She really has a thing for flowers. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. Oh, that's interesting. An appendage to an appendage? I think that's only happened one other time that I can remember. I'd like for you to append that statement in your testimony. Very well. Only 2. Why are you? I really don't like it's a minor nitpick. Maybe not. It's not a nitpick, but it's only a minor criticism. But like, isn't he trying to help her out? And he's sitting here like, you stupid fool. Hey, Fansmeyer, what's up, dude? They are really good. They're wacky, but not in a way that's like a turnoff. The characters are for the most part like all really good. How have your runs been going lately? I personally voted 46 Robot Master in your was that poll yesterday? Or maybe the day before?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
It's just proving someone wrong feels better than saving your sister. I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, it's not surprising. It's a fun run to watch. Something interesting about knowing you don't have to go through the Wily stages. Dill pickle flavored Flamin' Hot Lays. I don't think I've ever seen those. That's interesting though. I've seen like lime Flamin' Hot Lays, and I'm not a huge fan. I don't like citrus that much, so I'm not really a huge fan of that. The dill pickle would have been interesting though. My wife probably would have liked that. Yeah, exactly. No freaking castles. No, not yet. Not yet. I'm still deciding whether or not I want to go to the Great Ace Attorney for its release and play the Chronicles first, and then go back to Investigations 2, or go straight to Investigations 2. But either way, Investigations 2 is going to be played before Dual Destinies. The kind of person who would point out misspelling on a person's grave. You absolute idiots. The dill pickle chips themselves are okay. I can't have too many of them. They're very strong. And just wearing khaki instead of green made it clear that he was younger. I mean, yeah, that's true. When I was like 21 years old, I would expect her to do that. I wouldn't expect him to do that at this point. Especially since this is like more like developed Edgeworth, right? Like I'm finally finishing up Justice for All, and that Edgeworth is just, I don't know. It's like he, like how I feel when whenever I'm on Zoloft, just like, yeah, you're right? I don't know, right? I'd double check things if I were. He's just so much more like, bleh. I mean, you get why. It makes sense within the context of what's going on. But I guess this is after he got his groove back, right? Oh, she's in one of her weird positions where she's laying on her back. But Dual Destinies. I mean, I love hearing that it's the craziest. Yeah, Zoloft can work good. That's why I wanted to make it clear that it's when I was it's not that it didn't work for me. It did what it was supposed to do in terms of I didn't feel depressed. The problem is that for me, it also got rid of like the other emotions too, which, you know, that means that it's not particularly effective for me. So we had to play around with different. Now I'm on Wellbutrin and Prozac, and that combination works really well. But that's me. Somebody else could take it, and it could be awful for them, you know? The original plan was to play the Chronicles after Spirit of Justice, yes. More anime. Oh, so there's gonna be a lot of bullshit in it. But as long as it's funny, I can deal with it. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Wow. Wow. That was actually really good. Can we think of another person where they'd be like, you're wrong, and then they're like, yeah, you know what? It looks like I was wrong. Or there's some contradiction here. Zoloft for the depression and volume for anxiety. I've only heard good things about Spirit of Justice so far. The only thing that was concerning to me when I looked at some of the very base facts about it, very base facts, was game time's estimated to be like 34 to 36 hours. That's going to be a long playthrough. Mo money, mo views, mo money. That's right, sir. That's right, Sarah. You're right, Devin, but like that doesn't prevent people from still being like, no, nope, you're done. You're done. Ha, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yeah, sir. This is super counterintuitive. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. I remember the first time that happened in, I can't remember which game it was. Was it 2? Where the game wanted you to essentially fuck your client up on the, like, as a witness. And you're like, why would I do this? This is entirely counterintuitive. All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony. Okay, that one seems like it was done intentionally. Because how could... I have made not a single mistake in my... I have not made a single mistake in my testimony is infinitely better? Whew. No, there is actually a Wolverine knockoff. His name's Will Powers. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony, and for this I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case, one that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Huh, then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we are to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care, except I lost 2 of them, I guess. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. Nook and cranny! Oh look, 2 of them have been pulled out. Why would that have happened? This patch of soil looks as though it had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Long? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. Looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. This watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Somebody finally said it. It took 5 games. It took 5 games, but somebody finally asked the question. Why are you just stating shit, like easily observable shit out loud? Fantastic. Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Montcarmen's gonna get arrested. I better examine something else. In these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Ugh, Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in that face of your current, in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Long. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. I have no fucking idea. This? This is supposed to be the statue, isn't it? Even though it still looks nothing like the fucking statue. I mean, she could have exhumed them with her hair sticks. I don't think that's it, but I really want to try it.
Take that.
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babao the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. I guess at the top, but the colors look entirely different. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. So what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled in between the countries tonight. Hiya! Think about it logically, Agent Long. These sticks were originally in Alabasta, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babao the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Ugh, Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in the bow. How did these support sticks find their way to the bow and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Haha, so that's why. Care to fill me in? Agent Long, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. If it's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support stick is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... Statue. This is hollow. What was this again? I don't remember. Is this a sword? Oh my god. You know, it takes a lot, usually, a lot, for me to feel the exact way, the exact same way as my opponent does in these games. This is one of those moments. Like, you could have looked into my mind and seen those exact words verbatim when I realized what was going to happen. That's not a that's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they were made for perfect arrows. Ayah! I've done it! I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. They both have crossbows. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Fucking launched on the crossbow, obviously. Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Miss Prosecutor, hold up a second. I just suddenly realized this is all complete bullshit. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So the battle statue was draped in Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Is this this making any sense as to why it's fucking stupid. I honestly don't think the writers understood how insane this sounds. This is also the stupidest fucking plan I've heard of from any of these games so far in terms of what the villains were doing. Holy shit. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? It's not testimony. You're a realist, aren't you? Testimony for the official record. The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this situation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. God. Here, Agent Long, I offer you the blue pill. You can take this and go back to your narrow-minded bliss. Or you can open your mind with the red pill. And open yourself to limitless possibilities. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Let's argue that they have wings.
Hold it!
Well, we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move statues. If it wasn't the statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
Objection!
Don't point to your head like that right now with this. Finally, the crucial and logical piece of evidence, the string, obviously. These villains are all MacGyver clones, I understand now. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion where I completely lose my mind, for I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you were trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babylese embassy. If what you're claiming is what really happened, I can see how Alabast's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babylonese embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabashan embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Long, the motion used behind this trick. Wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head? I don't, so. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Prima Duck statue. Okay, hold on. I think it's swinging motion, but I have no idea what rotary motion is considered, because when I think of rotary, I think of a rotary telephone. Physical motion of a certain object which is spinning on an axis of its own. What? In driving a car, the motion of wheels and the steering wheel on its own axis is an example of rotary motion. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The 2 statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously, get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the 2 offices? You shot an arrow with the 2 ends of a wire tied to it. A circular belt can be formed. Long Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension differences between the 2 wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Or the statues would collide anyway. Agent Long, as you know, the Prima Duck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Long Z says, "Oh!" The dog just looked at me like, what? Here is what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in the 2 different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow. When the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues, after the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babao, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Same. This proves it, right, Agent No. It doesn't. It doesn't. Oh my god. Whew. That I'm not the killer? Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. Oh no. No, that's not possible. That's not possible. That's no. No. It's not this, right? It's not the fan, right?
Take that!
Wow, looks like you dropped another bomb on us, yeah? The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans doubles as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's...
You think, well, Vader probably didn't have an itchy ass, right? Because he was just machine.
He had mostly machine.
Oh yeah, no, he had an ass still, right?
Yeah.
Wonder how he.
Oh, I gotta finish this. I didn't. I got more water. I wish. If this were a Saturday stream, I'd be getting fucked up right now. However, it's only just a Tuesday stream. It cannot happen. Yeah, Tom, I'd go back and watch, like, what? The last, like, 15 minutes? This is infuriating. You're right, I don't. But it's gonna bug me if I don't finish it. But I'm gonna be honest. This is the closest I've been. Just walking away from one of the games. Cheese stick. What's the other word that people use for it? Where you can pull apart, like string cheese. String cheese. Mozzarella string cheese. No, it's mozzarella. Mozzarella's like, cheese isn't good for you, but in terms of like the least bad cheese for you, mozzarella's probably at the top. So, just in terms of like, I can eat one and not feel super, like, I'm gonna die soon. Not that other cheese makes you feel like that, but mozzarella's pretty light. So it doesn't feel bad after you eat one and you're like, yeah, feel a little full, tastes good. Yeah, I mean, cheddar in general is better than mozzarella, but doesn't mean you should always eat cheddar instead of mozzarella. If that's the case, I would always just eat chipotle cheddar or pepper jack over any of them all the time. But we know we don't do that. We mix it up. Varietize. Yeah, I'm pretty sure high in fat and cholesterol, if memory serves. Yeah, yogurt's kind of an anomaly in terms of dairy. I mean, you can get skim milk, but as Ron Swanson says, skim milk is basically just water that's lying about being milk. But yeah, when you get on diets to lower your cholesterol, like dairy goes way down. Dairy consumption. Butter has more fat than cooking oil. Fat itself is okay. It just depends on what type. Is it saturated fat? Some fat's okay. Like, your body wants some amount of fat. Well, to be fair, Lugia, Wisconsin's level of gout is still pretty damn low. Maybe that's just how we've evolved, though. Yeah. The problem with sugary stuff is that they use so much of it. Again, your body wants some sugar. It's good for ATP production, I think. Remember, I was never that good at biology. But I could have sworn that that stuff can be good in energy production. But the problem is that they just use so much of it that creates problems. Oh, I'm gonna have me an avocado, bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich without tomatoes, obviously, because fuck fresh tomatoes. Once the stream's over. Yeah, butter definitely tastes better than cooking oil. No candy, sugary cereal, or soft drinks. That's a good start. Like, so KY's diet that he does, or used to do at least, it is very effective in helping a person lose weight. He lost a lot of weight on it. The problem is that he cuts out so much stuff that when he starts reincorporating that stuff back into his diet, it fucks your body up really fast. So it's like better to not cut things out entirely. Get rid of stuff you don't need, but like you shouldn't remove all carbs from your diet because as soon as you reintroduce carbs, it's gonna be difficult to keep that weight off. So that's why my version of his diet, I didn't lose as much weight as he did as quickly, but I have a modified version that that keeps some amount of carbs in there. Yeah, exactly. Everything in moderation. And also make sure that you are active so that you are using the you know, the resources your body has and not letting it, you know, store up and do nothing. Hate avocado. I know a couple people that really don't like it. I used to dislike it myself, and my taste just kind of changed. I think at first it was because I had spicy guacamole, and that shit was really good. I'm like, all right, I hate guacamole and avocado in general, and it's so bad. It's the least important factor when it comes to weight, but weight isn't the most important factor when it comes to health either. So exercise is still important for overall general health. But if we're talking about simply losing weight, then yes. Here, Miro. Believe me, best friend, that'll change at some point. Took a while for it to change for me, so I'm really tall, so I managed to stay skinny for a very long time until I, like, basically destroyed myself. Can't outrun your fork. Right. Yeah. Because you don't lose as much calories as you think you do, as people like as you would think that you would from the exercise. Why shouldn't you eat oatmeal for breakfast? What does that have to do with anything we're saying? Simp weight. You're also talking about somebody in high school. The difference between a young adult's body and an older adult's body, completely different. It's much less likely once you get to my age that you can do that. But sure, when you're 17, yeah, probably. But again, you can be ripped and have awful cholesterol, and like, what does all that mean? All right, let's get back to this bullshit. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fan's made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. God, no, it doesn't. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babbly's offices, and that the passion flower support sticks could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case right, but we're saying that you shouldn't eat junk food and be ripped. That doesn't really do much for you. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I have a bias towards oatmeal right now. Shit is good, and it's not really bad for you. Thoughts on the fireplaces? What do you mean? Just like their general designs? I think it's kind of cool that you have a fireplace that rotates like that. Seems kind of stupid. Kind of really stupid. But it's also kind of cool. Was I ripped? No, I had... Well... So I had definition. But I mainly only had definition because I couldn't keep any weight on. I had muscle but couldn't keep weight on because I was so tall. But I also wasn't like huge either. I just looked tone. Yeah, my mom reminded me that I was making a joke about, I forget what we were talking about, but I'm like, yeah, I still have a six-pack. It's just under all this layer of belly fat. And Mom was like, oh yeah, I remember when you had one. And I'm like, thanks. Only I can make fun of that. I'm not a fan of the pulleys being the fans, no. Three to 5 exercises a day. Like what? I don't think I'd ever have the discipline to do that. That's impressive. How drawn out it was. I mean, everything in this case seemed drawn out so far. The real mastermind behind this case? Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for its food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? You can't say who it is. Why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. The evidence. Oops. Gotta be the card or the tape, right?
Take that! Knuckle
Because the videotape doesn't actually show you anybody. It just shows that it was government. The card doesn't seem super strong either.
Take that!
Nope.
Knuckle
Okay, so my train of thought was off. What shows who it was? I still don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be for. Flowers themselves?
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? This one single end result Ambassador Alpha sought to obtain? If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Fuck, I wanted to save! Damn it! Cash? Okay, so there's the documents, which we don't really know what else is fucking on there. The bills themselves.
Take that! Knuckle back!
What? I don't get what he was saying. Very underground intense scrutiny. Oh, I see. Okay. I still don't know what the fuck is on that. It just says Mr. Cochin, but like, I've been partially checked. That piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling ring is what I should present. The bills, then, right?
Take that!
Nope.
Knuckle back!
We didn't get a chance to really check the bills because they were burned. Did we? Okay, so now I'm looking at two other things. Either the statue that was in Babal. I don't remember looking at that one. This has only been partially looked at, right? Gotta be either the taper or the statue. Everything else we've like used several times. Also this. But I don't understand what that has to do with anything. What else would this be if it's not a guitar pick? I'm gonna go with what makes it more sense for it to be. So I can't really make a decision here, as opposed to what, like, kind of the game want. Whatever, I saved.
Take that!
Fuck. Nope, I'm joking. Joking. Totally joking. Well, I should have just exited out of the game. Did the whole thing. The other stuff I was able to put together, this one, I'm honestly kind of stumped on. I'm glad that wasn't it, because I could not figure out how that would have been possibly it. Oh, I forgot about the statue.
Take that!
Damn it! Nope. JK. JK.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Let's eat some hay. Hold on. I have to reload. I don't want to redo that. No. Whoops. Let's go back to case 1. Something that's only been partially checked. Oh, I guess it could be this statue, because all we did was use luminol. Actually, no, this one makes more sense, because this was the hollow one, right? Yeah. I think I picked the wrong. Well, let's see. Yeah, okay. So I was on the right track with the statue, but I mixed my statues up. Because it's kind of weird how they present it. Like, oh, used to be real. If it's the one statue, it's either real or it's not. So you would just have to acknowledge that the Aboleth statue is in Babal and vice versa, as opposed to the properties of the statue somehow changed. I don't fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primonex statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primonex himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. We looked at the hand plan already, didn't we? Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from the gap in its construction. What? Hurry it up and open it, Miles. All right, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. The mints, right? What in the is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. The Primonex statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damas II and... Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damas II? Answer us. I never thought you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. There is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. Not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Long. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Yeah, get dunked. Looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs in your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. Did he just really pull a? No, that's always what I was trying to do. Haha! And everybody's just like, oh. That's what I always meant to do. I had you right where I wanted you the whole time. Apparently he does what? Are you what? I love how he changes it and he gets people to believe him. It's pretty hysterical. I was only pretending to be wrong. Because that made all the sense in the world. Like, I just don't... What? Agent Long, I demanded an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. You are bullshitting to the extreme. He's like, oh shit, they're actually buying it. All right, I gotta make up something real quick. Sorry to have put you through all that mess. No hard feelings. It was only business. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? Oh my god, no, don't buy this. I knew this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, he couldn't get in to take another look around. Hey, finals up. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. I can't believe they believe him. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I thought the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Long, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Miss Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, you'd be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Well, the evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? Now they're best friends because he believes his bullshit lie. I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt on the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Long, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring? Objection! Don't be such a sore loser. You really are the head of the smuggling ring. And you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? There's nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. You really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes. And I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Gah! I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swamped the real statue that vested in your community the authority to rule for a fake? It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Grr. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I... Okay, remind me the next time we're getting close, which would be at about, what, 4 hours, 8 minutes-ish? I'm going to run... I'm going to run a test simultaneously and see if the internet itself actually drops at all. That might help. In determining what's going on. But can you disprove it? Oh my god. Yeah, can you prove that they didn't teleport? Just because it hasn't happened factually in the past, or proven to have happened to somebody, it couldn't have happened now. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Is this really who you should be thinking of right now? Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? The band? I mean, they're okay, but like, geez, some of their stuff is cringe. But if I want to pursue the truth, then I will That was weird. Where'd the command processor get brought up? Strange. If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? What path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? They set up the title for the next game! Oh shit! You know, I'll give this game credit here. This is probably the least sure I've been about one of these decisions where they've given you either or in any of the games I've played so far. I'm honestly not sure. Because if we don't use the trump card, maybe there's some other way around it, but I don't know. But using the trump card is like, just, you're not supposed to do that. Let's be dirty. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. Well, the law was set there by man too. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the ringleader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago, a man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave you that to you? Don't talk nonsense. Let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. You have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? Well, if you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? Trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order. What? What do you mean? The card itself?
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. What it actually says, right? A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is Cadopian. According to Detective Bad, silence CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. A this dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. A bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. You have no objections? I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring to Cadopia. Wait. What? Either this or this. What is that? I can't even tell what that is.
Take that!
Fuck. No. Right, later, Beth. No, that doesn't make sense. I want to see what he said again. Fuck! I don't know. There's nothing else. The shape of this pocket, the directives card in it, tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. Grugh! The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Grr! Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ah! You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance. It really means is that he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left for me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Guess I should save this. Man, I don't want to... Okay. Okay. Am I okay to save now? I actually do want to know the answer to this. Because I don't want to save and then, like, it turns out that I should have done the other, I should have taken the other option. Or is the other option an instant game over? Good luck on your exams. Okay. We shall save then. I thought the game set up a way where it could really fuck us, but that would be awful. There must be something here I can use against him. This is the only other thing that's here. What the? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? Oh, it's his thing, because he's fingering it. I'm sorry. This is my attorney's badge. All I need is a single pip of health. I'll be right back. I like to think that with 1 pip of health, I'm Edgeworth, but I'm like beat up, dirtied, torn Edgeworth from like anime after somebody's ass been beaten, but they're still fighting. He's like, I will find the truth, and here it is. Yes, there are, surprisingly probably, there are many times where I say things that I should have phrased better. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Thank you, Inferno the Stain, for the 777. Got paid. Also, just woke up. Also, stop saying fingering. First Sheena and now Alba. Too lewd, Twain. Too lewd. Thank you for the 777. Much appreciated. I know. I just got this thing when it comes to people fingering themselves or fingering others. It's always on the mind, apparently. Oh, God, Tom. Okay, that's way worse than what I said. Oh, my God. Whew. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Canopia. It was you who made the many missions you participated in success. This is correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the area of Canopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. Holy shit, the arrogance and vanity. Dude literally just gave himself away. He literally just don't say that. Keep your dick in your pants and just don't say it. Don't whip it out to be measured against anyone else's dick. Just don't say it. What could his counter be? Yeah, there were not many that got this medal, but they for anyone that was considered brave and blah, 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 don't say, I'm the only one who has this medal, so if you can find that medal in that picture, oh no, what have I done? Tom was right, yes. Well, he has 2 dicks, like Klingons. The one on my nose and the one in my pants. So me also had 2 dicks? Yes, Maxim, but the fact that that was the case, you could go back and figure out who else could have possibly had the medal. But it seems like at the very worst, he has proven that it was given out to a very, very few amount of people. The only alternative is that a bunch of people had it and they all suddenly lost it except for him, which wouldn't make sense. Yep. I cannot deny my Freudian slips have been plentiful recently. I swear I didn't mean to say the fingering thing. I have to think of a better way of saying that. Or just not say it in a way where fingering could be an option. I'm not gonna lie. If I was doing this on purpose, like, I'd be pretty impressed with myself with the distance and like naturalness to it when it happens. But I'm not that good, unfortunately. I wish. But now I'm the why would you do it? But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. I'm trying to turn him now into Gant, but I can't. I don't have the same cadence. It's similar, but not exactly the same. I guess that's fine. I just want him to be not so frail anymore. In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage, dumbass. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. How did you not notice that, you moron? What? This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. The prosecutor's path, like the sequel. You moved me with your devotion in this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? That was looking possible, isn't it? For a lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might have to lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? Yes, didn't you ask me that I'd be dignified about it? Why are you surprised? I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the domestic second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. And claiming that it was justified self-defense? Master second attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. You know, that's still true. He could have been doing that, and then also, it still could have been in self-defense. Although, I'd have to go back and look at the unclean hands doctrine, because the two crimes there's a rule where if you're doing something illegal, that you can't be considered to have unclean hands in the case where something wronged you. Because you shouldn't have been doing that illegal thing in the first place to have put yourself in a position to do that. But I don't remember if it applies in this situation. I don't think it does. Mostly because even if he wasn't committing that crime, he could have still just been in his office and it was going to happen anyways. But with the smuggling ring itself and all these events that happened in the first place have happened if he had not set the smuggling ring. If you tried to hide the murder itself. Just let it be. Okay. But Tom, is that only applicable if So this is my question, Tom. there's nothing that's been like official yet, right? They're just in the middle of an investigation. Does that apply in the course of the investigation itself? I don't know. This is the trickier situation. Right, but that's not what we're talking about, Tara. He has a motive. That's not in question, I don't think. He did, but really it's still in the course of one day. That's in grander context, that really isn't a long time. It might be a jurisdictional thing too, I'm not sure. Like there might be different points in time in which it would be considered no longer viable. Yeah, I don't think anybody denies that there was a motivation. If the guy was coming in to attack him and he was getting attacked, that's a motivation. Being assaulted is a motivation to defend oneself. Imminent danger. Because, like, in general, self-defense just has 4 elements, and it doesn't have anything to do with... I'm sorry, I'm looking up that state statutes. Like, if you're getting assaulted, you can defend yourself. The thing is, though, that once the threat is no longer present, you must stop. If you don't stop, then it can't be, you're going to have a hard time proving it was self-defense. And those elements become a lot stricter if you use deadly force versus non-deadly force, obviously. That could be. Just, it could proportionally affect credibility based on how long it took for the reversal. I'd have to look into it more. That's interesting, though. Just because I didn't think that was something that came into play if you're still, like, in the early course of the investigation, but you could be right. Oh yeah, I mean, then it's a matter of, did he have reason to use deadly force? Because the whole thing, like, if the first act of self-defense is what ended the threat, then the question becomes, was he justified in using deadly force? Pre-trial is everything that happens before a trial, whether in court or out of court. But after charges. I don't think anything before a charge is technically considered, official charges is technically considered pre-trial. They don't. Let me give you an idea of what they have, what you have to consider. Deadly force is defined as any force that could potentially kill. An individual does not have to actually die for the force to be considered deadly. Examples are use of a knife and blow, wet or even bare hands when there is a disparity in size between two individuals. The knock in the back of the head with a statue could definitely kill somebody. This isn't like he just like grabbed his arms and tripped him and took him down. I think he knows his own strength now. We saw that whole frail old man thing was all fraud, right? Yeah, it's quite the evidence. I mean, I don't think he could get away. Like, I think the deadly force thing is pretty cut and dry here. I'm not sure being ignorant of your own strength is going to help you either. That's part of the law to say, like, you can't just go around and do it without reason. There has to be some limits to that. Sure, that would depend on what they get in terms of what they think actually happened. The facts. Be a lot of testimony there and credibility. Yeah, and that would be problematic because they can use that against him in the other case then. Just because it was hollow also doesn't mean it wasn't hard enough. See it? I just double negative there. It could be hollow and it could still kill a person. Especially since, again, we can establish that this dude is not a frail old man. You got better posture than I do. All right, later, Tara. If I had done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. Why are you cheesing like that? I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the mask the second didn't have a single weapon on his body. What was that? Pshaw. Hold on. There's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. Okay. That would definitely be used against him. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Because there's no way he could have stabbed himself, right? Talk to the hand. Well, yeah, I mean, anything that we're talking about comes with the caveat of this is based on laws as we understand it. That's like every single thing that I mentioned. anything, any place in this game could have different laws. So we're only talking about this in the context of how we would experience it. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they can't, like, try to determine credibility by the fact that he fucking hid the shears. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. You want to get real honest. Everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Gamez II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. From what I understand, that's blatantly false. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Is that the thing that I mentioned a billion years ago? That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastan soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Long, what is the Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Good. I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Long. Sorry. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak of so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? Dude is MC Hammer for real. Fuck! Yes. There's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. Deuces. We can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. Then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. I mean, this isn't really because it's a game thing. This could be real life too. In fact, something like this happened made news recently in the US. That I think it was a UK person that had some sort of immunity. And she did something negligently that allegedly killed. She allegedly did something negligently that killed a U.S. citizen, I think. And they're like, nah, we're not going to extradite her. I'd have to go back and look at that. It was a couple months ago, maybe? And he did tell us earlier, to get out of the theater. He has... No! 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 This is neutral, right? I was under the impression that neither of them had authority here in the theater. That this was neutral ground. You generally, if there's neutral ground, you generally can't say, well, we can both tell you to get out. No, it's not generally, well, maybe that's how they've decided it works, but that's not generally how it works. Generally means that neither party would have authority in that area. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babao a bit more, sir. I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Master Alba seemed agitated over something. Oh, I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Gamez II run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. Just gotta hit him for something he didn't do on Alabast soil. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babao. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Okay, so just a thought. Thinking about something. If wouldn't conspiracy to commit fraud or whatever charges you'd be dropping on him for the counterfeit billing, wouldn't it have technically happened on, just because he wasn't physically present on Babao's soil, he still violated Babali's crime with an accomplice in Babao. So wouldn't that technically be something that's off of Alabastian soil? I know very little about extraterritoriality and immunity and stuff, just the very basics. Well, it's the same story over there anyway. Babao also had extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? Might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Yeah. Got to nullify his rights. Right, they still have to extradite him. But that's a little different than him, like, you can't bring the charge in the first place, right? Because you could charge and they just refuse to extradite. Whereas, like, in this case, the U.S. or whatever you want to call this country, doesn't even have the ability to charge him. I mean, in theory, couldn't you charge smuggling in anywhere, any single place the smuggling occurred or was planned? That's conspiracy. And then the actual act of smuggling anywhere where it was actually, you know. I mean, I hope Polano is of the good sort. I don't know, he just seemed like a dude where I'm like, yeah, he's trying his best. I want to like him. Hopefully he's not a bad guy. I feel his struggle. Oh, I read about, I didn't care about this. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Nook and Cranny! What am I looking for? Oh, I gotta deduce. Okay, so I'm looking at the right. Ah. 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 It's right. Excuse me? Fucking excuse me? Wait, did I show the wrong thing? Yeah, they only refill the health after
Kidding me?
completed investigations. It's the fucking... Did I show the wrong thing? Oh, did I show the wrong thing? Well, then that's my own goddamn fault then. All right. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Just wanted to rearrange it slightly. Stop it! It's the guitar pick. It looks just like it. It's this. Yeah, it's the same damn thing. Are you sure I didn't show this? Oh, when I deduce? But it's here because it's missing. Right? Like there's clearly a missing piece here. Is there like a baby step that I need to hit first that is nonsensical and completely unnecessary? The water? No. That's not it. Oh, wait. I have an idea. It's not that the evidence is wrong, but the location is wrong? Oh, that doesn't make sense, though. Actually, the same as these petals too. Yeah, it got rid of the stuff that won't be needed anymore. Although that was only one thing. Let me look at this. It's gotta be this, but what am I missing? What dumbass step is the game gonna make me take? Oh, I think I get it. I still think that's fucking stupid and unnecessary. Maybe not, because I don't know where I would show that. Ah, okay. Oh. The knife was in the bouquet. I see. Okay. Yeah, I still don't get why it couldn't use the shows that something's missing, but the knife perfectly matching up with it also obviously makes a lot of sense. Laos national symbol is the butterfly and Alabas is the flower. would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife! Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis. And the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the same exact petal. The knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. There's still something else? I don't... Yeah, okay. Because the game said so. Indeed. We are at the mercy of the game. It does. I keep thinking of that when I see the badge. I'm like, oh man, I keep thinking like, oh, that could be some. Oh no, wait, it's just his badge. Yeah, I don't agree with the angle the game took there. Oh, is that a fact? Huh, how about you prove it to me with evidence? I'll save the next time. The next time I get into a situation where I need to answer a question. Remember guys, no backseating. No saying you should do this or you should do that. That's backseating. If you look in the description, that is one of the rules of this channel. No backseating. Even if you're just trying to save me from ruining myself. If I ruin myself, that is my choice. My stupid choice. No, it's okay. Just more of a general, because you're not the only one that's done this over the past 2 streams. So I don't mean to direct it solely at you. Just that's the one that kind of just like, oh god, again, sort of thing. Don't worry about it. That goes for everyone. Because again, Diego's not the only one who's done it. He could have just taken a cue from somebody else doing it and me not saying anything before. Well, I mean, if you're a female, who do you think's hotter, Juan Corda or Matt Ungard? Or I should not even female. If you are attracted to males, in one way or another, who are you going to find more attractive, Matt Ungard or Juan Corda? I feel like one is significantly more attractive than the other. Of course, they're more attracted to the Jammin' Ninja. What else should I be looking at? Oh, do I have logic to put together? Ah. Excuse me. Don't necessarily seem to... I feel like there's anything incredibly obvious here. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babylese ink and paper, Must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate in Bill's disposal. The reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? The one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who was mopping up Ambassador Alba. Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. I have to mix those together. I'm gonna save again just to make sure I don't fuck this up. I'm not even saying that On Guard was ugly, but put those faces together. On Guard also kind of looked like just a fucking goof. Juan Corda looked like the type of guy who'd come and be able to serenade your wife away from you while he's chewing on his wheatgrass or whatever the fuck that he always had in his mouth. Tall, dark, and handsome, as opposed to long hair, only one eye that you can see, and like totally acting stupid all the time. With a terrible fashion sense. Looked like exactly. Fresh as the spring breeze. A minor rock singer? Yeah, there's nothing really attractive about looking like a minor rock singer. He's alright. Decently cute. Cause of Ambassador Alva's agitation. The rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
And you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer?
Or at least the conspirator to kill. One of the co-conspirators.
But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paleno? That's it. That's the one. Sorry, we haven't seen him in a while, so I forgot his name. Paleno to be the ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue.
Oh, that's kind of touching, actually. He was so caught up and swayed by Mr. Paleno's earnest leadership that he was willing to betray the leader of his entire smuggling ring just so that Mr. Paleno could be the real ambassador, like the ambassador of Cadopia. Also seems really stupid, but can't help but admire that a little bit. On Guard or Gavin? Claver, 100% better than On Guard in their fashion. Corda. We didn't really get to see Corda in like normal clothes, other than his profile, but you only got to see from like the neck up. So I don't think you can really. Well, no, that's not true. You saw the one picture over and over and over and over and over and over and over again of Celeste impacts' suicide. So there's that, I suppose. I don't remember what he was wearing there. Was it something from like that 70s show or some shit? And probably Kristoff better than Ungard too. Actually, yeah, definitely Kristoff better than Ungard. But if we're talking about like rock star sort of look, Kristoff doesn't really have a rock star look. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. When Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? There's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. The question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabas. Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babao, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador, that's a new word that I just created, was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... I mean, it has to be here, right? Wait, third floor, specifically.
Take that!
Talk. Damn it! So then it had to have been in the neutral area? I guess I don't quite see why it would have been... It makes sense from a they'll be able to get him standpoint, but like, why? Why? Oh, I see. Where they were likely to meet would be in the neutral territory. That makes sense.
Take that!
Fair enough. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here. If that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Abelas and Babao post-haste. Babao's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabas. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I already have them, you fucking lame. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Alabas and Babao. How did she get over to Babao to get the tape without us noticing that she... Okay. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Like, literally, I didn't see you dash through this room. What's your power level these days? Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babao investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. Well, I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Haven't you patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabas immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in there we can use. Yeah, I feel like you didn't even need to add that line personally. Like, no shit.
Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. I would know. If only we had the push cart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let's check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Jesus Christ. No shit. No, I hope it shows us something bad. Louie, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
Wasn't his body found in Babel?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Nekomaru.
See, to me, it didn't seem like that in Justice for All, but the more we've delved into their relationship, the more I see them as more of a sibling thing, yeah. That's enough. That's all I need. Oh, dear. Master Alba and many hired goons, it looks like. I thought I'd ask for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, the same game can never be replayed again. You understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. What a coincidence.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Oh. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polano?
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already stained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know?
Very well. If you insist, I'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Master Polano, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationship between our two countries. There is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Talk to the hand. Now then, what is it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. So you know what that means? Wink, wink. If you have a save feature so you can retry after game overing, wink, wink, now is the time to do it.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyways. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. Somehow I don't believe that. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
You can ask me one question, and by that, I mean it's time to engage in testimony. Frankly, I still don't understand why am I being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babao. That is my alibi. And that is your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babao. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way. Yeah, I said hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. Where the hell did that word bubble come from? That was kind of weird. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. That's actually bullshit. He did answer your one question. Just you don't like the answer. Very well, I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth is my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yagatarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, right? And by me, I mean you. Yeah, that's right. We will, sure. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. I mean, how old is she still under 18? Yeah, I think so, right? So yeah, in theory you could. Court allows it. Right, later, Diego. Take it easy, dude. Trep told me I had like 10 hours left, so I highly doubt it. That's why the whole, this is really my last chance, rung foul and hollow to me. Like, no fucking way. Even though this should probably be, the game, this case should have already ended. It should have wrapped it up around the time that you was taken away. Found a way to wrap that up then, condense more of it. This is the second point in which it should probably be wrapped up after fucking him up. But I'm sure they'll find a way that we either cannot fuck him up or, oh my god, there's more information now to pad it out even longer. Cares. Yes. Two. Right. It's not possible for you to have killed him in Babal, but that's not the point. So what do I show? Do I show that he was in here and he wasn't in Alabast the whole time? Or do I show that it's not really that we're talking about Babal where you could have killed him? Because I think either of those work. I think. Okay, no, so it's not that. Wow, what a counter argument. No, it doesn't. Actually, literally just it is contradictory. You were here. Not there. Or wait, do I show the map? Oh, I could show this too. But why would that be any different from the camera? Hey, Jeff, what's up, dude? No, okay, so that doesn't make sense because there'd be no difference between the camera and the picture and showing that he wasn't always in Alabast. If we want to show that he didn't have to kill him in Babal, we could show him by showing him that they weren't always, that first of all, it doesn't have to be in Babal. And then it could be either in Alabast, or it could have been in the Theatrum Neutralis because he was there. Maybe we need to narrow it down a little bit.
Hold it.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. You are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me, the only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. It rhymed. Bang, bang, bang. You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor in this country. Let's see about that. Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? Not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there was no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is where his motive arose. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin. If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see it, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. The game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. And he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being. Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Okay. They want me to go after the motive first. Motives are the hot dogs.
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario, so it's a logical conclusion.
Like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in leagues with Mr. Cochin.
I suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was a subordinate, right?
Correct, but I know more than just that. Ms. Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Would it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
When Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. Okay, so... this... that's not it. So I gotta prove the motive. Do I just show them the bills? Oh, that doesn't... I'm not sure that makes sense. Or makes enough sense, I should say. Nope. Yeah, I didn't think the bills made sense. The presses... But he got the presses from him. So what motive would he have? If he got the presses from him. Was Cochin wasn't the one he was... Oh, they didn't have a trusting relationship. Right. Okay. So, the step before, once again. This one makes more sense, I think. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason, too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument? I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Can we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primadux statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Objection, you only named 2. That's a couple, and not a few. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? I suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect them to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. I should have assumed that they were going to drag this case out as much as possible, which means we always play the semantics game. Now then, if you excuse me... What? Wait. I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Master Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babao to figure out, and something in which I have no relationship. Oh no! Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polano. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano. I must find some way to stop him from leaving. Seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, Yatsugarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? This is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatsugarasu's key? Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you were talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me. You don't believe me, then take a look at this. Now, what is that toy there? That's... This thievery device was used by the Yatsugarasu, or rather by my father. What? I mean, it's cool, but where's the wind coming from? I don't know. Von Karma's objection voice sounded like literally the devil. Objection. Which is funny because in the anime he sounds nothing like that. Ninjas, right? Objection. Yeah, I wonder if like I talk like this normally in court, except for when I object to like blah 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 blah. Objection. Everybody's like, what? Yeah, he definitely sort of twang to it. Objection. Oh, it's his objection's hilarious. I love it. Maybe, but I mean, like, I think he just had more of a voice that was more suited to him, like his design, his like outward design. Which is how I gave him the voice that I gave him. It was just because I didn't know anything about him, right? And then I heard his objection, and I'm like, I was way off. And now it's not blowing anymore, apparently. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatsugarasu dug up on you. You go home now, I won't hesitate to send it to all... Bleh. If you go home, sorry, I swear I can talk today. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabas right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatsugarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Aha, then it was all just a bluff! Oh, well then what the come to get out of here then? Why would you have said that out loud so that anyone could hear you? It just seems incredibly stupid and short-sighted of you. This is my normal voice. Or no, I just say like, this is my normal voice. Like I didn't even say it that way. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top at the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. Lord knows it's not your bratty little sister over there. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Polano's office, you won't stop me. Can't let this opportunity King has created for me go to waste. It's a free action. It was swift. They didn't hear it. They didn't have time to react. They like using 7 very often. Last time I went with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabaster the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man! Yes, but no matter, we can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. See how much your health will be taken? That's double, sir. Any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. I swear, I'm going to be furious if you need to press here at the right time when they're threatening to take more life away from you and actively discouraging it. That's just, I always find that to be very bad game design. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence, understood? Yeah, we'll see. See if the game fucks me here. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before I returned to Babao, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. That's not it. I think we have to go somewhere else before we... Do we use the footage? Or is that one step too far as well? Could be. Could be. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. But I didn't want to end up being stupid and not presenting something I had thought of earlier and then come back later like, oh yeah, that's actually what it was. You moron. Oh, gotta resave.
That's a good question, Final. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, but I said earlier I don't want to hear anything about you should save. I would save. It's the same damn thing. Still backseating. Of course we would save. I mean, I did. It just makes more sense to save here because it's less time wasted. That's from 20 and up. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. A rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet. Objection! It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. I thank you for the entertainment. Ugh. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador. He has extraterritorial rights, as though we haven't been, worried about that this entire time and suddenly forgot. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. Face of a worthless cur. No!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Aye. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Long. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Long. Well, then we're just going to be sparking an international incident then, aren't we? Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, they stripped him. Because he's calling him Mr. Alba now. Yep. Your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Long T says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Abalast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. Imperial household? You! What have you done? You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. Video of the Yatagarasu protected? You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me as a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Long Si. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you've finally come to grips with your new standing. You're hunching. Ooh, looks like he's turned oldie once again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. Neck shield or whatever. And what a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. That's actually complete bullshit. You really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are. Mr. Alba. Gah! No, I won't be stopped now. Still intends to find us? So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater, but even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? You claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Good. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Oh, I'm sorry, too soon? Excuse, because this is no game, this is war. Like, seriously, after him, who do we go talk to? The Imperial, like, do we cross-examine the Imperial ship lord guy? Girl, lady, family? I don't know. I killed Mr. Cochin in his theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babao, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babao. Okay. This seems like another situation where it actually could be two things, but I don't think they want me to jump to the body transportation part first. Like, they want me to take another step first. I'd have to check, though, what I have. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Do you know that a bunch of your subordinates are sinking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy. We can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he was just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And by let's and us and we, I mean you. Get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony? Alright. Okay, in the theater, anyone could have taken the knife from there. His body was discovered about, right? We can press him now, right? Without it being an issue. Even if we saw him about, he was killed somewhere else. It's not bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Well, then that means your court-martials are fucking stupid. Are you taunting us on because... are you taunting us on purpose? Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you out, show you my claws. Kshing! Well, Angel, allow me to find my way with evidence. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad, though I'm no longer an ambassador. It still could have been an international incident. You have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony. Very well. To be fair, you should watch what you say as well. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Oh, not yet. I thought it dropped. I saw something pop up and thought it dropped. Not yet, but soon. How's this case compare to the other final cases? Pretty poorly. It's like Rise from the Ashes level. I shouldn't say poorly. I should just say not as well. It's not that Rise from the Ashes was horrible. It's just... I mean, okay. Even if you take out, like, you consider 1-4 to be the final case, really, of the first game, then it holds up poorly to the other cases. Apollo Justice is the other one that's like... 1-4, 2-4, and 3-4 and 3-5 are all really good. Then you get to Apollo Justice, you're like, not as good as the others. And then you get to this, and you're like, this is almost like legit bad. Almost legit bad. Like some of the bullshit they've been. Oh God. Oof. Thank you for the warning. Oh, if you could take a good look at this section here. Yeah, there's some, well, and that's why I say it's not like legit bad, because there are some good parts to it still. It's just there's also a lot of garbage. A lot of garbage, which they probably could have cut most of that out if they had actually condensed it instead of being like, this case has to be 15 hours by itself. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's the saying that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had the steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is a bit of a hypothesis. However, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. It's time to hit the old dusty trail, as it were. I don't have any more time to play with you people. All right, ducks along, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy! Detective Gumshoe was at the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. Okay. So, I just want to bring this up because I, just edited this episode of Justice for All. But in Justice for All, dude was able to, from the Gatewater Hotel, run down to the precinct, then from the precinct, run to his house, and then run back from his house to Wright and Co. law offices before Wright was able to go just from the hotel to the law offices. And now you're telling me dude had to walk 20 meters away into an area to go find this one thing, and it's taken him like an hour and a half? The detective spirit that Pops left within me. Wait. What? Was it? Oh, he's talking about Detective Bad. I'm like, where did we talk about Gumshoe's father all of a sudden? The detective spirit that ugh, God, I can't. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. Thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? Found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Blood. It's blood. This must be Mr. Kochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Kochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. Alright, we will wait for the drop. What the fuck?
Why hasn't the drop happened, but it happened earlier? Of course, when I actually have the shit up and ready to test it, it's like, we're not gonna drop. What? Seriously, what the fuck? See, I never would have gotten the coach pun just because I think so hard of like coaching someone, being a coach, sporting coach, life coach, all that stuff. His extraterritorial rights prevented the drop. You absolutely can time these though. That's how we know. Just there's been 3 incidents lately where it didn't drop. This one right here, and then it did not drop at all. I think it was Wednesday. That's so weird. That's so weird. I forced him to move the body into Alabas? What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? Okay, so something else that I just kind of thought of. Please, someone point out what I'm not remembering. I'm forgetting something, and I don't know what it is. Let's say the whole thing is that he killed him in the dressing room and then put him in the cart. Couldn't Larry have still been the one to have killed him then? I guess the biggest thing is how would he have gotten the knife? Because, like, he had no access to it. Plus, he doesn't have a motive, but, like, it looks like Larry was involved in some way. I don't know. Yeah, I also agree that that's for the case. No, there's no way I fixed it. I didn't do anything to it. That's what we thought after Wednesday, and then very next stream, drop. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. Then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't! The security between the 2 countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. I swear to fucking God, if they put that body on the goddamn string and pushed it across this, I might quit being a prosecutor. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The Primodox statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. Larry was on stage, but he wasn't always on stage. But yeah, I mean, the no motive is the biggest part. Yeah, I mean, like, he could have grabbed it, but then, like, again, then that's where I think motive comes in. Like, okay, so he grabbed it and he killed him for what reason? Like, but yeah, it's possible, I guess is what I was thinking. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. I returned to Alabaster. I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. And just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
I have another idea. Looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters, I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You? Is not every life precious? You really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to freely wander through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. That is what happened.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? You really need to know. I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well... What national treasures?
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. On my return, I had the stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damas II. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primorex statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Oh my god. It's Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. Eek. I think the scary part is her silence when she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single contradiction. Mr. Edgeworth, he's totally dead on the inside, just like a hollow tree. You're the only one that can cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. At this point in time, we lack the information required to fight back properly. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you just say the word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk. We got some real scary people on our side, huh, Kay? Well, I'm all ready to help out Gummy. How about you? I can't believe even you're getting into this. Well, I mean, he did kill your father, so maybe I should have thought about that. In that case, I'm ready too, sir. Everyone, please calm down. I'll think of something.
Hold it!
Right, but the point is more, dude did not care about his own legitimate statue. Like you said, it was swapped. He knew it was getting swapped. Didn't he? So then, could he have really cared that much about the national treasures? That in and of itself is a contradiction. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommend that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. Pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Yeah. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? How many times do we have to do this? Like, this is bad. This is ridiculous. How many times do we have to be like, are we done here? Blah, 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 blah. Testimony. Are we done here? Blah, 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 blah. Testimony. Are we done here? Interruption. Testimony. Are we done here? Like, fucking... Why? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Just bad game design. Just bad game. Completely unnecessary. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Good. Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the... Is this the end? This is a fever dream. I understand now. This is not really what's going on. No, this is all just very prolonged fever dream. Stayed up till 10 a.m. Probably fucked with my sleep. Still sleeping. Why is he holding that child up? This is... Preposterous doesn't even give this situation justice. It would be a great honor if you allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil battle straight, it's time for you to pay! It's the Steel Samurai? No, you were mistaken. No. You were mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. I know it's a doll, but you also realize that if he's gonna do anything physical, he is literally holding something in one of his hands to make it even more difficult to struggle. Thank you for to stay for the $2. Stream's over, folks. I'm doing this for you guys. I'm doing this for you guys. We're enduring this nightmare together.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo. Ugh. The two people I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. You just wanted to help, jeez. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai. Go away! How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend you a hand, and this is how you treat us? It's not a person, damn it, it's a doll. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? That was my other thought that I mentioned that I had, instead of they threw him in the well. Or they because that, isn't the water system, like, connected? It had something to do with throwing him in the water. It just mirrors the Iron Infant completely soaked. Oh yeah, I found him in Babao, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not far back. That was pretty funny, actually. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babao? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babao. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babao. I thought I lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yes, I'm sure, but I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool? This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the two countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Babao is... Well, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. I think it was stated a long time ago in the case that their water systems were connected, I think. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. Is where I believe the route to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Take that.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. What if he comes back like, that wasn't the place, sir? It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do, old man? You are severely outnumbered here. Oh, sorry, everyone. This is really awkward. I thought I put this on silent. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. Again, Gumshoe's cannon speed just all over the place. All over the place. It's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babao through the pool in Alabasta. Before you chop it with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? Because he was fished out of a pool, not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. Water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. Yo, what's up, Raiders? I think I have to... Yeah, I think that's set on mods. Hold on. Wait, where are you? Here you are. Yeah, I think the volume on OBS is screwed up. for some reason, but it's fine for chatbot, which is why KY still works. Thank you to Zombies Going Down for the raid. There's a link to his channel. Make sure to go check him out over on YouTube. Hello to Lan, Mega Shaman, Finneman, Zombies himself, Myungwa Nakamura, Fulfill Your Destiny, Pixelman. How are you all doing this fine evening? What are you playing tonight, Zombies? We are playing Ace Attorney Investigations. This is a spin-off game from the main Ace Attorney series. In this game, you're not really doing court stuff. You're focusing only on the investigation. And because of that, you can actually move around. Oh my god! It's amazing. You have a sprite that actually runs, and you're like... I always had to imagine that in my head. Yeah, right, just look at the blueprints. Oh, more Monster Hunter? Nice. How many hours have you put in Rise so far? I've heard so many good things about that game. Yeah, actually move around instead of just pointing and clicking different spots to go and then you just appear there. You don't have a right to talk anymore. There you go. There you go. Get dunked. There we go. For 45 likes. Thank you everyone for the support. Much appreciated. I think we're getting towards the end, although this case just seems to be going on and 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 on, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm gonna ask everyone in chat. But if you haven't played this game and you want to play it at some point, there will be spoilers coming up, so I would suggest you avoid the spoilers. Alright, let's do this. Now where is your proof that the two sides are connected? Fucking blueprints. You know, this is actually, I do think... Oh shit, lines. The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant. This is a much better explanation than transferring the body over the wire. Much better. This actually kind of makes sense. Energizer. What? This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babao. This guy is a doll, and he's small, so I can believe he made it, but... He has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. I love how it's a thing in this series where people are just like, you confounded thing to foil my plans! And then someone will be like, but really, is that it yet? And they're like, yes, that's right. Forget that I basically just admitted to doing it before by being all reactionary and surprised by the fact that you were able to use that to discover my plans. Yeah, let's just keep going now. Like, I never said that. Implicate myself in any way. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? See, Miss Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Long, I would have guessed as much. This game wants to pad itself out as much as possible, taking anything that was good about this case and rendering it absolutely worthless. Or at least very watered down. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong to do that. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babao. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babao, remember? You mean, it's Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connected pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would have drowned if she did that. Hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Oh my god. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting a body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. Ugh. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babao? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. The fire, you fucking oh my god. Get rid of the water? Aha, that's it. I believe this time we really are done, right? Unfortunately, this is not the end this time. It's far from over, Mr. Alba. You're our most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? And it's completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? That's what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Tonight, the Yatakarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. Huh. So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Pshaw! Flimflaw! Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Which I just lost, and the rest of you did too, if you are indeed playing the game. Damn it. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you'd notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyways? I have you know those pools are extremely deep, and there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise to the ground level, there was a way to control the water level. That could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body of Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking. Use the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babbly side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion, all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Ugh! Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts and advanced, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the push cart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babao. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is where she pushed the pushcart from Abelas into Babao. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, and with Miss Sheena in the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, and which we know was in use. Because Ambassador Polano could not use it. Or, not Ambassador Polano, Gumshoe. Because Gumshoe tried to use it and could not. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Gah! No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth! Way to fight back! T-minus 10 seconds to it still means nothing because blah blah blah! You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof. I believe this is what he seeks? Yes, proof. Without any who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened. He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we needed all along. Well, okay, so your point is well taken, but like, consider that they're focused on putting out a raging fire. That was a big fire. That wasn't a small fire. I could buy that their attention was really diverted and focused. Because remember, she didn't come up until after the water was being used and drained. So, I mean, it filled pretty quickly when we saw Larry earlier. I don't know if we were supposed to take that as that's exactly how long, right? But it seemed pretty quick. I mean, again, your point is well taken. I'm just saying, I guess this is one of the things, like, I suppose the game could get me to suspend my disbelief to believe. No backseating, Miles. Nobody, it's the third time I've mentioned this today. Nobody tell me to save. Don't tell me to do anything in regards to the game. That is backseating by its very nature. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight, just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area. So too did I find one other item there, and that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. What did I find there? That's right.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babbly sign will be your undoing. The guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't allow me to fill you in on what I found on the stage... But since you don't allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to... Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal, rendering it ugly. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. Gah! That's an interesting story, nothing more. Well, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place I could have the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babao. Impossible! People of Chengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done, because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not. The game must continue to pad itself out. Because he values himself over all else, just like the creators of this game, apparently. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost, I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. I don't know, okay? The writers of this game do. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. To use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Why? Is there even a to be... Why is there a to be continued here? We're not going anywhere. We're still interrogating him. How's it going? Not great. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's like the only thing I can think of is like, hey, you haven't saved in a while. You should probably save. Oh, sorry, I missed this earlier. Thank you to Ezra for the YouTube sub. Much appreciated. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Albo who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Tash just got done with her entire criminal law exam, and we are still going on this motherfucker. GG's, by the way, Tash. Hope you're feeling good. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience. But it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? These moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool. You get that right, you Anyways. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Can we not talk about Larry's stupid fucking stage performance? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's standing here she's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay, I'm Larry, but... Thank God. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know, this is the end, my friend. For that man there. No, that's the kind of thing I like to hear. Even though I think it's utter bullshit, I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I don't want to keep harping on this, but this is actually horrendous. Like, and not even like in a funny way, where it's just like, oh, it's so horribly bad, it's funny. No, this is just padding at its worst. It's absolute worst. Actually, I take it back. It was kind of funny where we did it 5 times in a row or 4 times or whatever, and each time there was some person coming in to save us in a row. Yeah, that was kind of funny. But now we don't have that anymore. All the players have been used. Unless they bring in somebody from like, hey, remember me, dude? I'm from 1-4. I was a bit character there. Now I'm coming to save you. Or what's his fuck, the officer who was the Blue Badger. I was in this game earlier, sir. Now I'm here to help you. Just... ugh. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Didn't you think the climatic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move, the way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer pain jab. Oh, no, sorry, not pain jab. No, it's rain jab. No, I remembered now. I remembered. Don't hold that against me. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? To be fair, I forget things that happen in my own streams. So, I mean, not that I'm the Steel Samurai. That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yeah, so today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I have answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Did they... Yeah, he couldn't do it. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. You think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over? No, it's not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The Samurai Spear, what about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? This idiot right here broke it. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. It looks like my stupidity saves the day again, right, Edgeworth? Am I right? Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. How dare you call yourself a Steel Samurai fan? You should be barred from all conventions in the near future. Sorry, I just a little worked up there. I am a bit of a toxic fan. Ugh. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Ah, Sophie wasn't watching the show tonight. Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy committing murder. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Heh. Yeah. Here we go. Just one is so funny. You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? Who walks out during the middle of a Steel Samurai I won't let him get to me. I won't let him get to me. As you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. Yep, there it is. The ultimate, how could I have been there? Defense. When I was in the bathroom. I assume this was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. God, when Gumshoe in the game is calling that shit out, maybe as the writers you should think, maybe this is a really stupid way to go about this. And maybe we should actually go back and cut out like the last hour and a half. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. You can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch the entire show. Honestly, as a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seats for the climax of the show, you had no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Who was that just now? Here we are, young Larry. Wait, young lady. Oh, no. Here we are, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, just hold on for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a oh my god. I totally think he's a steel maniac. What exactly is a steel maniac, pal? I believe he meant to say steel samurai maniac. Yeah, trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the steel samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true steel samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? Like, your vein in your head's getting really big. It appears that the real steel samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. Not as though I missed the entire show. It's the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. We'll just have to wipe off and get rid of those boogers hanging off his wooden nose. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Graves? You're really something else. Amara received such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, is it a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said it's secret. More like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. If this ridiculous convenience, which is still really weird to have happened in the first place, will get us through this case, and you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Early summer rain jab, that's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by the time I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the name to the Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yes, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the movie. Oh, those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's all very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I have been very patient with you myself, but don't you ever, and I mean ever, refer to the Steel Samurai as a kid's show again. I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ah, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. That name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. That means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right? Well, what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and Mr. Cochin's murder. The cart?
The pushcart that was used to move the body right there in the dressing room. I am really fucking hungry too. It's just making things worse. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. Oh my god, that had a dead body in it at that point? Would it not smell? Wouldn't it smell? Like really bad? Is the whole you shit yourself thing when you die not a real thing? Like, seriously. How did... It's not guaranteed. That's an awful risk to take. Mr. Cochin seems like the kind of guy that won't shit his pants when I kill him. So this will work out perfectly. In anime, nobody does. Yeah, that is true. That is true. In works of fiction, it never happens. You don't see it happen in movies. That's the thing, though. Okay, so I get that there's no decomposition. That makes sense. And it wasn't very long, right? Like, he could still not smell. But, like, aren't you really risking a lot on this guy isn't going to shit himself? Depends how they... Okay. And then it can also... So it can take a different amount of time period? Alright, I guess I can buy that. It's just like he wouldn't have really thought about that being a potential barrier then. I don't know. I'm just not sure I would personally trust it. If I were going to murder somebody, I would operate under the assumption that they would shit themselves. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Ah! It's a person who wears adult diapers, I would know. Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb. But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct, and it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Marcus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal! You got that? Arrest! Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What's there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. Wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything we can do to stop him? The I got lost defense. My only weakness. That and spirit mediums. Defense attorneys with spirit mediums. I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps. Agent Lung, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. Oh my fucking god.
I want to hear one justification as to why they needed to drag this out this long. One person, one in the comments, in the VOD. If you're watching this later, if you thought this was a good case, I want to hear why you think this fucking absolute abysmal portion of the game is justified. How much time do we have left? Give me an estimate. Based on the pace we've been going at. Yeah, the first part of it was fine. With you, that was interesting. I mean, they're insinuating that, like, that would insinuate that it was unsatisfying to beat, like, Von Karma or anybody else that we've beaten so far, because that was way too short. Hour and a half. By eliminating all possibilities of a plot hole, they've created other plot holes, I guess, is the problem. I still can't believe they're getting away with that string theory. Ugh. Ugh. It is that I think that one's significantly worse than the water theory. Personally. Crossbows. Well, it's not just the writer. Like, the people, like, the director and producers need to be like, nah, this is too much. It's on them, too. It's not just on the writer. Because I can see a writer being, like, overly, like, maybe I should add more. I don't know, should I add more? But then as the director and the producer, you can be like, hey, man, you need to stop. This is too much. Somebody else had to okay this beyond the writers. The rotary system was not cool. That shit was dumb. And very close to being unbelievable. Alvaro, how's it going? No problem. Thank you for stopping in. You have a great day. I don't want to go for another 90 minutes. 90 to 120 minutes. It would suck to have a shorter stream on Saturday, but I think we're gonna have to do that. I can't go that long tonight. The longer we go, the more awkward this Saturday stream will be. At least if we stop it here. Then we can pick off with investigating the dressing room next time. It's not that all long cases are bad. It's that the longer you drag out a case, the more likely you are to make more mistakes and create convolution where there did not need to be any convolution. So it can be done well. I just think it's very difficult. And the two very long cases that we've encountered, the two longest cases that we've encountered, both have the same problem. And I think it's because it's directly tied into its length. Their length. Alright. We're gonna keep going. But I'm doing it under this one condition. Lugia, you're still here. Putting this on you. I'm not sure any of the other mods are here. I'm just going straight through. No chatting, no more questions, no nothing like that. Because I don't want to play more than an hour. I would like to get it done quicker than an hour, because I do not want to stream for more than 6 hours today. I have other shit I need to do before bed. My sleep's already fucked up. But also having a 2-hour stream on Saturday would be a waste of time. Not a waste of time, but a waste of a stream, I guess is the better way to put it. So you guys, talk amongst yourselves. Do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna finish this then. Agent Long, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's they found nothing. That's it. Just answer yes, then. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights, and the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. I'm just stating a bunch of the fucking obvious. Who cares? Stop saying the same shit over and over again. It would appear that your hand of cards has been turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange a new one. Who's it this time? God, and the game's calling out how fucking dumb this is. Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. Ah, first Larry and now you? What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgepoo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. If you're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in, or turn into, why do you have to speak up right at this instance? But you know what, Edgepoo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone I know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgepoo. Are you ready? It's this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes. Oh, Edgepoo, here you go. Eat one and you'll feel as right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgepoo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. It thought it occurred to me that maybe you were nice and one day is my dream to serve you some of my moves. Well, I mean, it is the desire of every woman to make sure their beloved never goes hungry, and that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you some time ago they used to get ingredients thrown in front of me. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. Well, I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. I had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. When I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a second box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. I would know. However, there it is. The red insignia sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet it does. The rays from the rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. I'm gonna be so mad. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Albi, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. With the knife. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence, you believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that can incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. Ah, you're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? Trace evidence that will bring him down? Why it's here, of course. Oh my god. This box of samurai dogs with the rising sun on it, this should never have existed. So I want you all to take a look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood perfectly coloring in this circle with no other drops on the entirety of the fucking box. Oh my god. Oh. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Long, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. This is, like, borderline impossible. Hey, you, get this down to the lab pronto. What's this, like a .0000000000001 chance of it landing and spreading and filling in the way that it did perfectly? But why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there too, so I used them to fill the cart. What Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I see, the killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. In that perfect way. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting it. I didn't steal, I received it from myself. try using that sometime. Marcus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Of course. Yup. Who didn't see that fucking coming? Try to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in an Owen situation for him like this? It must be the writers. They've given him a bullshit way out of this. Even if that blood turns out to be Mr. Cochin, then what? So Mr. Edgeworth sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs? Excuse me, sirs? Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this Quercus alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? You know I one from before, have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was the dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? Yeah, that's... He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless. That can't be, we were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Ah! I can't think of a single thing. That's all I can say now is now if you excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. It wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Why did you stop talking then? Yes, sir, the blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood as the victim's blood. What? No! It's his blood. We're gonna be able to show it with the scar that we haven't used yet. What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words. And which of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. You and your double negatives won't fool me, so you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answer. Now let me through. Alba, doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of the Interpol will be behind me working to see to it that that day comes, you will see. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim. Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, and it's I who have been backed into a corner. In a situation like this, what would that man do? Use a spirit medium. But other than that, what would he... what would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this, it's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from the center stage. I will now be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me now, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Mere words! What do you mean by his words are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to this case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled the box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba. What? What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kochin's body was loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and the killer. So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim. Then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Kochin was the one who stabbed Sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder Mr. Kochin had fought back? You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? Wait, where's the... Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when Damas II attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that really what happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try to test Mr. Alba and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I'm the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something? You said that my wound is caused by Mr. Kochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that that's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you propose that such a weapon came from. The theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is. All your talk about Mr. Coach and stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Coachin brought a weapon into this theater. Coachin brought something. Coachin. This? There's no blood on it though. Oh, but it was a key at the time. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. The key? That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife, meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have easily been brought into the theater. No! You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Coachin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper signed by Mr. Coachin. In order to make it look like Mr. Coachin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quirkus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Coachin. That's all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die with bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. Which is why I sent the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu, but I had yet another reason, another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Oh, all right there, Scooby-Doo villain, calm your tits. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country, or Alabas, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! I mean, I feel like this aged me about that much too. Good Lord. Oh, this is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alva's trial today. And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabas. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Oh, I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. And all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was indeed Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Macrell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. Solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Pelion. Paleno. Why did I say his name so weirdly? Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. I have no need to eat. I simply gather sunlight. Or moonlight. What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the papers recently? Ever since the two countries became Canopia again, its economy has changed. Really? It seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Canopia. What would it be? Even though every item he sends is a treasure, you don't seem to appreciate it. But if you don't, I can give them to my lovely assistant. Hey, wait, what? That's not what I said. Mr. Edgeworth, so let me have them, sir. What? Didn't it say question mark? Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Oh, because she was pretending to be him. Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice. I realized that voice was you. Long T says ferocious. Love blooms with each new spring. Agent Long, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Long? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Cheng Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just wanted to say thank you. Oh, I never thought I'd see the day. Oh, Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Long. You hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights. I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victim belongs to both of us in this case. Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright, it's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching a performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I'll throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu is the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And then you have no other choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is All we prosecutors are, and that is because even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. Been selling them on the internet, they become a real sensation. For something they call memes? Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. Airlines has chosen me to design their new line of I-Fly jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated... Oh, God. Oof. Oof. Oof.
I observed Darunus, so he rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. Even more important, I released a most fantastic present recently. A product statue of the Prince Valley of Cunopia. Its weight is a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador Paleo was most generous. You gave him the fake. What a dick.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. Feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. Why is Amano not... Oh, this isn't actually what's going on. Just... So, Patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I dropped. But I noticed that I had dropped my police badge, too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My whole life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles... What, Ruffles, man? Couldn't even read that blurry point. And so he's at a courthouse guard, right? Bailiff later? I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did, but I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go, and I have a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Also, make sure to catch my link to the past randomizers over on Students of Gaming. We're going to get that sub 2 hours. Oh, she was precious. Because kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. You got that ring pop, huh? The only prison I'm forever trapped in is a cage of love! The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty. Oh my god, that looks creepy. He has such a cool look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Oh, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? I like Lauren a lot. She's so spazzy.
I suck. I don't even know why I was in this. Wait, that's not even my voice. I suck. I don't even know why I was in this game. I offered absolutely nothing. I continue to be an absolutely worthless judge. By the way, what are your thoughts on the game that
Twain should play next on Students of Gaming. I will accept any and all arguments. Hey, Maggie! Oh, that outfit's so cute on her, even though it's Blue Badger. Like, the color's just nice. Oh, I barely escaped death yet again! Yeah, but boy, we're really lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. Just got me. And my paltry salary. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. I love Maggie. Maggie's probably going to get bumped in the tier list. I think I had her in B. She's probably going to be A now. Why not come to Canopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. That's really funny. Although, creating that particular case created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to in this case help in creating our latest attraction. At the end, he's all like, and this all goes according to my plan. Dude was the one that planted it in his head in the first place. I can't believe it, man. Ditched me and went to Japan. It's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcakes, hot dogs for sure. Hot cake, hot dog, what? A blue hot dog and a blue bun. Guarantee you to turn your tongue and your face blue. I know, I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. Wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Today I gave testimony in court today. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Hansi says they really bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth, where did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Thinking of retiring my mirror. Isn't he like 70 years old or some shit? I'm probably gonna get grays in my beard in the next year. I was a pink princess and a pink badger. Oh, it's been 2 days. You're talking about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgepoo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does that mean by that last statement? Not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. There's some creep fuzzy pink animal, and then I was a pink princess, a great hero of injustice. But ever since I was a young maiden, I could stylish hat on my head, although to wear my own costume for some reason, that's a terrible idea. Tired. I'm hungry. Let's just fucking... Oh, God. Whoop, there it is. Feels so much better now the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lung. So what are your plans now, okay? Oh, well, we taking care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Phew, what a relief. Okay. Yes? And after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course! But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I can make a tight 3-person team of my own. 3-person team? A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what's so noble about him. You see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay, keep your chin up. Stay strong, okay? Don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. You could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken forever. One last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just 3 of us. Yeah, remember a photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. It's your destiny. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. Saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's little time to rest and relax, for the next game is afoot, where I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. Someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. What's he doing? I mean, that's fine. That's cute. She selfied, though, which is funny. I guess selfies were a thing at this point, right? Her key's gonna stab him in his eye. All right, we're done. Thank you to Infernal Disdain for the Muns. Thank you to Zombies and Lugia for the raids. Slops to the second part of this case. The second half is absolute trash. The first half is good. The stuff with you, I like that. That second half of that case is absolute dog shit. And it really hurts the rest of this game. Because up to that point, I'm like, I don't see what people were so upset about this game for. I think it's not great, but it's fine. And then that happened. That is the worst. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow.
Anyways, a rotating wheel, turning an axle, grinding, bolthead.
I can't read this.
Yeah.
Bolthead.
Linear gearbox, falling sky, 7 holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope,
A torn harness.
throwing off my groove here, Yuri, a thick harness, parabolic gearbox,
She's lost it.
expanding universe, time controlled by slipping cogwheels,
This is
existence of God,
This is condescension porn.
swimming with open water in all
It
directions.
is. It is.
In and out, I'm kidding, drowning, a prayer written in blood.
Dude,
Prayer.
the most condescending dudes in the world are getting off. So.
Oh
my God.
Existence of God.
Does
this woman exist?
Zalbag. It's Lou.
Well, what's happened here?